doing there? Sorry. Okay.
Move this man!
Quit playing with your dinghy.
You are greedy today, Maddie. Taking first, being a bastard.
Oh, brother,
this quickly.
This guy stinks!
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
Move this man! Move this man!
Stop it! Stop it! No! Fuck me, fuck you. So yeah, a lot of things I don't like how it looks right now. I'm not liking how a lot of things are looking right now. And we gotta fix that. No, I think the glasses are not in the right spot again. Hold on. Oh. These glasses are the bane of me. I literally fixed them right before I sat down. Son of a bitch. Garmine. Okay. How you doing, Doc Goddess? So, I don't like how the purple background's looking. Straight up. Straight up, no doubt. Could be that I also have too much light. That's giving me pause, but I don't know. It's we're gonna do something a little bit, something that I haven't really done before. Not like officially on a painting, but I think it could be the simplest way to fix it. And it could allow me to use a pigment that I don't give a shit about. So, it's not an expensive change. So if anybody can guess what I'm going to do to this purple background. Because right now, I think my contrasts are just like too severe in a lot of spots. And it's just making it a little bit too... I feel like I lack a lot of realism right now. That I want. And I can't help but feel like everything is also just like a little off here or there. Or too much, you know? So... All right, let's get our paints out. The blues, yellows, reds, whites, burnt umber. I'm gonna bring out you as well. What did I just drop? All right, palette for today is titanium white, lead white, bismuth lemon yellow, pyro red, quinacridone magenta, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, a shitty raw umber, and I'm bringing out a little yellow ochre, not on the main palette, but I'm going to make a mix for something that we're going to try. Okay? Good. No questions. There will be no questions. How you doing, Hanser? You better not. You better not, Drez. How are you? Make every song you sing your favorite tune. The Lucas Oil one from if you want the best possible one that I'm aware of, get Natural Pigments on their website. If not, Jerry's Artorama Lucas Oil. Best price. You can buy it by the liter. But Natural Pigments has, I would say, very reliably good quality when it comes to their oils. You will pay a little bit more for it, but Stand Oil goes a long way. Ultramarine blue oil paint. Yeah, I got it plenty. I made a big batch last time. I'm running out of titanium white and burnt umber. I might be out of burnt umber. I might have one tube. Maybe I should make some this week. I should do one of them this week, shouldn't I? Considering I got the art fairs coming up, I need to make like 20 tubes of each. Ultramarine blue, though, is very easy to make. You just have to be careful with ultramarine blue about adding too much oil. Very easy to add too much oil to ultramarine blue. Because of its wetting properties. We got some other shit to work on, unfortunately. Yambury. Too much oil, you should add lead powder. Yeah, we should, no, it's titanium white, Maddie. That fucking Miss Frizzle. She's like, oh, I'll just add another color because I added too much oil. And then she happens to add titanium white, which takes up very little oil, mind you. Like, what's the point of buying a fucking colored pigment and then just ruining it with another color? Oh my god. That fucking... That lady. We'll just get some regular one. Get it from Natural Pigments. Yeah. Yeah, she added multiple things. How you doing, Glitter Clitter? Oh, is that what she added? Okay. Hi, Layla Pittman. Welcome in. Thank you. Welcome in, Layla. Thank you for the gift. Well, she should also just, like, take it slow, you know? Layla, please, if you have any questions, please let me know. The 25th? Happy birthday, Glitter Clitter. It is fun to say. Gotta add our stand oil. Make every song you sing your favorite tune. That she does actually listen to Crit. Yeah, she seemed, from what you've told me, she sounds better than that, but she did straight up one of the most batshit crazy things I've ever seen on one of those videos. Just straight up. She's also, like, has really... She has content brain, Drez. She has content brain. Where Becca is more of a liar. Which is definitely worse. So I guess I could... So what makes me mad about Frizzle, Drez, is that there was, like, pretty much absolutely no research. It's like, hey, let's wing it for a video, and I really don't like that. But, you know, it's way more forgivable than Becca. Oh, she gets doxxed a lot? I mean, she is actively hurting the industry. Like, Becca is actually hurting oil, like, painting with her videos. Becca's annoying as Frizzle just seems to have bad ideas. Well, that's the thing. That's why I said Frizzle has content brain, where she's not necessarily has ill will, but her negligence, her lack of information, is not great, but it's not malicious, right? I think Becca's is what malicious lying, right? It does damage. If she thought about it in any capacity, she knows it's not, what she's saying is not a good thing. It's just what got her clicks. So she kept on doing it. Yeah. Well, because, like, Becca clearly has done some research, but she chooses to pick and choose what she believes in or what she presents. to the point that it's, you know, it's just straight up lying. Frizzle just like, boy, does she have some bad ideas. She just straight up blocked you? Yeah. That makes sense. I don't like even commenting on her videos because I don't want to give her any more traction for the bullshit. I did watch one of her long form videos where she cried how she doesn't get to paint anymore. But she didn't, at the end of the video, she really didn't seem that upset about it. Okay. All right, so what the special thing we're doing today, everybody, we're doing something that you might not believe. It is easily the most controversial thing I will ever do. That is true. This is easily the most controversial thing I will ever do in my painting career. And you get the pleasure of seeing it. No, we're gonna do like a glaze coat on the background with my shitty yellow ochre. We're gonna do something called glazing. There's too much red in there. Get off. I honestly don't think it's worth your time. I think it's better just to make a general video on, like, not all paints are toxic. Actually, very few of them are classically toxic or at a sufficient dosage that you need to be concerned about. You know? So I'm going to take some of my shitty yellow ochre and regular yellow ochre, even though it's opaque. The other one's transparent, and I'm mixing it with my impasto. And we are going to glaze this. Over the purple background. You may think to yourself, hey, you're not adding like a lot of liquid, because you don't need the paint to be thin to glaze with. You can make it a series. What do you mean make? Oh, the Becca shit. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have been that bad. I don't think it's good form to just have a fight. Oh, have a one-sided fight a little bit with her. Hi, Richards. Blaze away, yeah. Son of a bitch. Dolly. You goddamn bastard. Alright, so we are adding a little bit of impasto medium to this. Not, oleo gel, I should say, and impasto medium. Okay? So this makes it more transparent. Alright, so we already have a weak tinting transparent pigment. More transparent. Have a paint company wanting me about how I'm irons. What paint company is doing that? All right, so you see we got a transparent yellow, a desaturated yellow, and we are just going to apply a thin layer of this over the background purple, everybody. This is how we're going to fix it, I think. I'm gonna add a little bit of stand oil to it as well. Oh, monument? Yeah, you were telling me about that. All right, we're also adding stand oil to keep gloss up. Flexibility in the paint layer. And this will help smooth out some brush strokes. Okay.
Wow, wow, wow.
Gotta find the soft brush. The soft brush. Which is right there. Oh. You're a fucker, Jan. Oh, how you doing, Jan? Oh, hi, Jan. Yeah. Well, it's just the same thing with the miniature painters. There's a lot of clicks in miniature painting. Okay. So we're gonna see how this works. We're glazing, everybody. We're glazing! I don't figure, Dolly. Do I need a little bit? That's too much, I think. Too thick. We gotta... What's the best way to do this? We need more oleo gel. Let's see. I think we need that more impasto. You're still in... Oh my god, Todd. Yeah, you've changed it from stream to stream. We're a little bit too strong. Maybe we also... This... Do we want maybe a smidge of ultramarine as well? Need it to be a little bit thinner still. Do you figure, Dolly? Is 12, whatever that means? What is the square root of 144? I think I gotta really spread this around. Oh, Jan got it first. Yeah, Jan gets a point. So I really gotta spread this shit around, huh? I want to get the effect that I want. I'm also right in the light when I need to do this on a darker area. With the Zorn, it's nice. You mean with the Appels, is what you're telling me. I don't think it's nice. I don't think you know my feelings. I really don't think it's a beneficial thing to do. Paint with color, practice with color. Force yourself. Like, you know, figure, Dolly, if you don't want to, like, improve with color, then, like, Zorn is the way to go. Just shitty people in the... There are a bunch of shitty people in the world. Worked, but you mean world? Yes, there are. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Buy my colors. Yeah. Do boo 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 do 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 do. Make every song sing your favorite tune. I'm sweating balls right now. It's not even hot out. For some reason. I'm sweating. I'm sweating like a Republican in church. I'd take the meth after you turn in the copper wire, Dolly. Oh, did they? Awesome. I'm glad they liked it. Well, I'm not taking the copper. Damn it. The meth after you turn in the copper. Oh, you brought the Matthew as well? Like a, I'm sweating like a Republican in preschool. The meth, not the copper. Jesus. You have to turn in the copper. And buy the meth. Is this background better? I can't see up here very well, which is like the area that has been most concerning. Don't get snippy. I'll get snippy if I want to. Does look a little bit too yellow. You're a fucker. Thank you for doing that, by the way, Jan. I appreciate it. Did you tell them that my paintings were the best investment they could make at their, Son of a bitch! In the world right now? Since I will be murdered soon? I think I'm just seeing it too much because of the light. The light's just directly on it. It's not as subtle as I would have liked. So maybe I gotta do this again. Let's try this. Doing it with the green would take out the red and make it bluer. I just need it to be kind of more neutral. Good. Good. Did you show him the weird stuff? Alright, we're gonna roll with this. Take a bit of the edge off. Looks the same.
What the fuck is that?
It's a painting. It's a painting, Shasta. Oh. But you know what's more important. You know my painting career is more important than helping them out. Let's try this. Just a smidge. Few pubes more worth of blue. Yeah, Shasta, we're kind of like glazing it over. Not doing a tremendously good job with it. The purple wasn't working in my head when I was looking at this. That's true. You can. Especially when they're not pissed off all the time. And I don't know if this is better. But you are catching, like, right here. You're catching a lot of light. I wonder. Glare, glare, so... It's really hard to tell. So we're trying to kind of, like, transparent layer Shasta to kind of kill this purple, but it's still coming in. I might be going about this a little bit too thick, or I need to spread it around more than I am. But see, now it looks, it doesn't have any, it just looks yellow. It's too much. It's too much. So let's try just mixing more purple with this. And glazing that over. My inexperience with glazing. It's okay. Oh, fuck. That seems a bit better. Probably mix a little lead into this too. It was too, like, vibrant purple. So we need, that's why I'm kind of like doing like a little transparent desaturated layer. I still don't mind it being purple. It's just like, it was just too much. It's just too much. Shasta, how have you been? How are the queues? How are the queues? Painting is blurry. How you doing, Fated? Nice to see you again, Fatima. Hope you've been well. I'm sorry, Faded, but that's just my painting. But not as hot as Paris. How hot is Paris going through like a heat wave or something? Or is that that's the cow's name, isn't it? Actually, right? Hold on. I'm confusing myself. There's a cow named that, right? A Q. Well, I realized that I remembered you, Fatima. And so I was going to mispronounce your name on purpose, and then I decided not to. Oh, Jesus Christ. If I knew how hot that was, I would be shocked. Shocked, I tells you. I originally called you Faded, now I've switched it to Fatima. Or Fatima. Or Fatima. Minty and Scarlet.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Those are cute names. Oh my god, hooray! 105, that's hot as fuck. I didn't feel like doing the math in my head. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Get on in here before I have a conniption. And I will have a conniption. Welcome in somebody who I've never met before, Mr. Pigments. Eyeball Soup, welcome in. Post your links before I burn this place to the ground. All right? You have a limited amount of time. I'm lighting the Molotov as we speak. This is a very large painting. This is 40 inches wide and 48 inches tall. Oh god. All right. Good. All right. I'll put down this Molotov. Everyone go check out Eyeball Soup's Instagram. I've been following him for probably 50 years now. Wonderful drawings. Very good. Portraits. High realism. Who's that? Who's that guy? What's his name? Oh, that's Geiger. Huh, I didn't know that's what Geiger looked like. Wonderful work, Eyeball Soup. Thank you for the raid. We're painting with oils. We're painting from life. I'm a very normal, well-adjusted Midwestern white man who has this stuff in their home. Like everyone does here. Like everyone does here. Yeah, Drez is a bastard. Thank you for the follows, Eyeball Soup and Dude Man Duck. But this is the largest painting I've ever worked on. No, I'm very well adjusted. Very well adjusted. Is it Fatima? See, you're a very normal, well-adjusted person too. Drez is a bastard. Fatima? Should I just call you? You want to be called Faded? Like I called you before? Oh, we can, Annoying Lizard. That Drez is a bastard. Okay? Real big bastard. He's a son of a bitch. Bottles, all types of fucked. You're used to Fatima or Faded? But if anybody has any questions, please let me know. None of you can leave. You are stuck here forever. There is no leaving. There's only Zool. Faded? Okay. Faded is. But I'm not happy about it, Faded. Not happy about it. You could try, Manny. But you can't.
Boo this man!
No! No! No, well, technically yes. We're all in hell right now. Fine. Fine, Hanser. Oh, God. Goes down rough. Okay. All right. So now we kind of got a desaturated yellow background, which I don't know if I like. Everybody. So we might push more blue in certain areas. But this would not be the area to do it, huh? You're also from the where from, Annoying Lizard? You know, Drez, you're the second person to bring up copper wire today and not meth. Iowa? Where in Iowa? I lived 1 year in Iowa for college. Harry Grr. Thank you for the follow. Oh, like the evening sun. Did they say Cooper wire? Yeah, Dolly will do that. next to Omaha. I had a few friends from the in college from there. I went to Central College in Pella, Iowa, my first year of college, knowing Lizard. So I lived in Pella, Iowa for a year. If you're familiar. Pella of Jam. It's a weird town. Weird town. But I had my friend group was all from out on the Nebraska side of Omaha and the Iowa side, apparently, of the suburbs. And I was shocked when I found out that what they did in high school for fun was drink and drive. Their words, not me. And out of my 4 friends, every single one of them had DUIs and 2 of them had 2. And they were 18 and 19. Couldn't believe it. Never been over there? No. Pella is a fairly well-off town in Iowa because they have 2 major corporations. They have Pella, who are headquartered there. Pella Windows and Vermeer are both based out of Pella, Iowa. They also have a big tulip festival that they thought very highly of themselves for having. They were good dude. They were legitimately good dudes, Dolly. I just like it was hard for me to like really get anything more than just like college friends with them though. They were too like they smoked a ton of weed. I did not make it to second base with them, despite my pleading and begging. It was, I mean, I transferred out of there knowing Lizard. I did it because of a certain program they offered for engineering. It wasn't hell, it was just boring as all fuck. I bowled a lot while I was over there because I worked at a bowling alley. And I learned how to bowl. Shine a light on you. Make every song you sing your favorite tune. May the good Lord shine a light on you. Oh, like the evening sun. I did see one of the coolest things I've ever seen in like person there. I saw 2 fucking sorry. I saw 2 goats fighting. I walked out of a class and there was 2 rams headbutting the shit out of each other across the street. And I did have one of my closest probably near death experiences in those side roads in Iowa. I was very like rolling hills and I was going through them at night in a snowstorm up and down, and I was going probably about 60. And as I came over a hill, there was a full-size deer on the right over the middle of there. I missed it by probably 2 feet. And it would have been a massacre to my car. Freaked me the fuck out. Would I have died? I don't know, but I think that they're like, it was, you know, hitting like a, I don't know, 250, 300 pound deer. I don't know how heavy those fuckers get, but I'm guessing that's around their weight. Going 60. Milwaukee, if you'd like Chicago, you'd like Milwaukee too. St. Louis was very odd to me. Detroit, you would like Detroit as well. There's a lot of cool places in and around Detroit. All of Ohio is kind of fucking weird though. But there's a few spots, Richards. No thanks. I was just in a suburb of Detroit. It's a nice suburb, and it was fucking gorgeous. I would live there in a heartbeat. If I could afford it, mind you. Make every song you sing favorite tune. The comic, yeah, that's true. May the good Lord. Not a fan of Michigan. It's nicer than I expected. Obviously, though, with any Midwest, there's large portions of the state that you want no business a part of. Iowa, out of all the Midwest places that I've been to, Iowa felt the weirdest because it felt like it was legit. Well, the same goes for a lot of Indiana. It felt like it was 20 years behind. 20 years behind, like, the Chicagoland area. And it freaked me the fuck out. Like, it was like music that they were listening to on their radios felt like it was like 3 years delayed. No, the UP's fucking weird. You're saying you don't like Michigan, but you'd rather be in the UP. The UP's fucking weird. They're way too proud to be Upers. Never been. I went up there to play rugby a few times. I told you I almost died on the that was another That's another kind of near-death experience when I was driving up to the UP. May the good Lord shine a light on you. Make every song you sing your favorite tune. Fuck you. How about Nebraska? I've heard Omaha is really cool. I know a lot of people, but you know, it's a lot of people who lived in Omaha who just love it though. But I've heard it from different people live in the middle of nowhere, but I think I'd hate it, Maddie, when you have to drive an hour to get your groceries and you can't get shit delivered. That sounds miserable to me. Give me like 30 minutes outside of Toronto. In the cold area. Because, Maddie, you know those places in the middle of nowhere have to use Starlink, and Starlink sucks. I'd probably know it, but I don't know it by name. Yeah. I mean, just availability of everything, right? And then then you have to do like homestead shit. Like, Maddie, would you like, maintain a water system? Well, you said with water and electricity and Wi-Fi. I guess I'm more saying that place like doesn't exist. If I die, I die. Fair. If he dies, he dies. Yeah, I want my conveniences. But I also want to be able to park. I'd say instead of pizza, 30 minutes from an abortion clinic is probably a better metric. Or like 30 minutes from a Planned Parenthood. There we go. Is the farthest you'd want to go out. It'd be cool for a little bit, Maddie, but inevitably it happens on that one day. Like, Maddie, here's a good thing, right? How often do you feel like cooking? No worries, Pickles. Maddie, how often do you feel like cooking for yourself? I don't think we are. I don't think in America we are. I think in plenty of places in the world they will, Richards. Right. So now, Maddie, what if every day you had to cook 3 meals for yourself? Like you had to, or you don't eat. Let's just start off with that. You think you get used to it and not just be like super annoying? All right, so then let's go to the next step. Now let's say, Maddie, every time you had to take a shower, you had to prep the water for 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Now let's add that to the cooking. No, but and there's a lot of areas, Maddie, where you have to do a lot of shit for just water. Do you guys wash laundry in your tub? Like, I take it you don't have washing machines, obviously, but, like, is that something that people without washing machines do a lot? Yeah. It certainly is. I remember when I used to visit back home from college, and of course you'd bring your laundry to, like, you know, clean at your parents' house. I just remember, like, trying to carry all the shit back to my dorm on one trip, and how miserable that got in a hurry. One time I was really ambitious and, like, was carrying, like, one of those big packs of Arizona iced teas in my on top of my basket of laundry while carrying, like, 2 bags, and I had to carry it like 2 blocks, and I was about to fucking die. I had to, like, rest in this. I was walking through an alley too. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. You like living off the land? I think it get old really fucking fast. I think it would get old really fucking fast. I'm sure there are plenty of people who could do it. Not saying that my experience, but I would just be like, I'd be done with it in a matter of months, if not weeks. I want consistent internet. Uh, I want electricity. I want my water. I want my water. I don't see a lot of, like, you know, I get it can teach you good skills. I just don't find them to be necessary skills. But I do doomsday prep. I added the term useful skills. Of course they're useful in certain contexts, but not, like, you know. But I'm the one who's just sitting here fucking painting. Guess that's technically not a useful skill by the definition I was using. So let's talk about pigments. Speaking of useful skills, let's talk about pigments. Ooh, like the evening sun. I mean, it's just all relative to what we're, you know, talking about, right? Of course, painting can be useful, but there are plenty of arguments to be made why it's just not useful whatsoever. Most people in their lives live very successful, you know, or um, What's a good way of saying this? What did I do there? Most people will have very little to any understanding of like painting skills or a lot of art skills, just like other things, right? But I think like in the context of functioning in modern society, survival skills are very low on the totem pole. Nice palette cactus. Oh yeah. I look at it as two wieners though. Here and here. Two balls for two wieners. That's how I see it. Yeah, and I'm arguing that I think it will be miserable and presenting the ways in which it would be um, once trying to put them in a context where you would like possibly see my side of the agreement. Not agreement, the discussion. The fuck? Oh my god, Jan. You vile pervert. Every song you sing, favorite tune. What is so Namecheap is just another domain site? No, you could be a homeowner, but you would have to sacrifice like the area you would have to live in if you wanted to own a home, right? I mean, Maddie, there's homes around me for $80,000. They may not be great areas. They might require some work, but you can. Some even cheaper. But could you find work here? Um, there's all those questions that go with it, right? Yeah. No, Maddie, there are. I mean, I would say trust me on this. You could get. There are places you could get approved for a mortgage, um, for an 80K home. Um, your payment would probably be somewhere in the range of $900 to $1,000 a month. Sorry, I missed that. How you doing, PlayStation Dreams? Honestly, the lighting is much better than the last time I joined the stream. What do you end up doing with your lighting setup? Um, Added some more lights, and I'm making sure that the light's not coming through the lens. PlayStation Dreams. But like Maddie, you would have to have had found a job or have the income provable income in the area. You know, so like if you were moving somewhere is a lot more difficult in that equation. Want a house, but not too reasonable. I don't think you need to get a tiny house. Yeah, I mean, fixer-uppers are a nightmare. I don't recommend a fixer-upper. I have multiple cousins that are kind of in that business. Could still do. Oh my God, Manny. Now you're talking about killing your parents? Jesus. You're sick. What area of the country do you live in, PlayStation Dreams? California, yeah. California homes are nuts. I can't believe you're considering killing your parents, Maddie. Jesus. That's crazy. I hope they know about these plans. Well, at least they know. Yeah, California is crazy expensive. Chicago can be too. But Chicago it can be affordable enough. Well, it's either one or the other. You know, it just takes a lot of planning and a lot of saving. I don't think it's as easy as that, Sashi. I do not think it's as easy as that. That sounds even worse to me, Maddie. I if I had to guess, I would say it's about the same, Sashi. Buying a place is really not that difficult. Selling a place is. Buying a place is not that difficult. However, buying a place when you don't have a traditional job or income is extremely difficult. I do know that. I mean, it's not easy, Maddie. You have to take, you know, you have to save. I would suggest practicing living in the way that you would probably have to. Like, you know, do you have a clientele that would follow you? Not to buy a place, Sashi, to get a loan. Well, so Sashi, that's not sudden changes. So Matt, so Sashi, like a fixed mortgage, that means if you got the mortgage at 2.5%, it's always 2.5%, right? Um, that's like, so you could buy, people are still buying at 7.5% today, right? During COVID, it was around 2.5%, and that's why you get like a 30-year fixed mortgage. Now, to qualify for those mortgages, you do need a consistent, like, provable income. And usually, self-employed people that don't have a registered business and that don't take a salary have problems getting those. I understand, Sashi. I understand. But it's not like, so that 2.5%, if the markets go up to 7.5%, you still have your 2.5%. It's not that volatile. Like, it's a matter of years that shit takes to change, right? There was a solid, like, year plus where it was like you get a mortgage at 3%. And so it's like you could also find ways to get, there are variable rate mortgages and so forth. Um, and then if you're not putting 20% down, that changes things. Well, I don't necessarily think it'd be a bad thing if you were making that much, Sashi, but you would never be able to get one if it wasn't like consistent income. Has to be a rural area. Yeah, there's towns, Sashi, that will pay you to move to them, or will give you like, there's a town in Pennsylvania that I was possibly looking at, or I was going to investigate, that you could buy a home for like $10,000, and they'd give you some tax credit. But like, having like, I've had two mortgages before in the past. Um, I did have consistent income and a good income, but There are banks that are more contextually understanding than you'd expect. Well, I don't know if there are very few rural places. I don't know. I don't know if I've heard of places that are in like there's a place in Arkansas that would be like that, but it's I think the town's expensive now. Usually those places have been discovered already. But in like a rural area, I would say good luck on that front. How you doing, Pierogi? Yeah. The good Lord shine a light on you. Really? What's that? Interesting. But I also, there are like so Sashi, there are places like in between like where I live that's like some people would consider rural, especially like compared to like Portland, right? That you could find a place and this place is very progressive too. But there's towns like these, like Rockford. It's always going to be kind of lacking in some department. That's why I think yeah, you focus on like social issues before financial. Yeah. But you'd have to like just know that you're not going to be by like one of the like I'm like an hour and like half an hour and 40 minutes away from Chicago, right? Just straight up. Rockford is still like probably around 160,000 right now. The whole area is probably around 240. So it's not small, but it's progressive. Or there's a lot of progressive things here. Illinois, like, but I'm sure there are other similar areas of kind of like a town that's died, but then kind of like, reforging itself is probably something that fits your description the most. Yeah, then at least in the United States, it's one of those things I just don't know. Um, you know, you're probably already in the best state for it then. It's either that, Massachusetts, or Colorado. That probably would be the best. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it's not. Yeah, I thought you lived together. Gotcha. Yeah. How does that look? That red to me, huh? Not knowing where I want to go, be. I like the area I'm in. I like my job a lot, but at least I'm an hour and a half away from anywhere I know. Yeah. Well, I mean, Maddie, as somebody who's been in this ringer, that doesn't change with location. That's like a me and you issue. You get what I'm saying? Live on a boat, maybe. So like, if we're analyzing that as like, I don't know if like, I like for me, I've thought like that in the past, Maddie, but at this point, I feel like that's a thing I need to work out for myself versus like the area I live in. Now, I will say, I will add the contextual in America. In America, it's more like that. No property tax. There's like marine, like water. There's extra taxes though for having a boat and water. Boop, 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 doo, 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 doo. When I hit it big, I'm gonna start an art community where each person could choose something. It sounds cool, but I've heard so many horror stories on communes. Mooring fees. There has to be something else than just that. I would think. I mean, Richards, you would know more than me, but communes terrify me. It's of my own doing, though. I've read too many horror stories. I think a polycule would make sense first, out goddess. No, I'm not talking. I know you're not. I'm just talking about a commune. Yeah, you're. I've just heard so many stories about how it turns into like people complaining about another person not doing their work, and then like rationing of like food and like, you know, like resources that I just like that you don't have a control of. So then it's like living in an HOA, but then you don't own anything. You're going to start one of the were you? A commune? No, yeah, commune. I would do so much more before a commune. Communes do not attract me in the slightest, and I'm the president of an HOA. With an asshole. Well, yeah, it's cliquish. It's inherently cliquish, Sashi. But then what happens when you have firm rules and then somebody does something wrong and then they don't get punished? Yeah. Well, an HOA is actually a lot cleaner, Sashi, because you can enforce. There's legal rules. There's no rules in a commune outside of the ones you state yourself and the ones that are like constitutional. You know? Yeah. It's like you could just say have somebody say fuck the rules and then your commune goes to shit because somebody wants to drink 8 beers a night. You punch him in the eye, true. Oh yeah, that would be a nightmare. See, I think a compound would be cooler, where it's like you have like several homes in like a fenced-in area, and then people live separately. Oh yeah, that guys, that's like because that's the horror stories I saw. But like, but how they're trying to operate. Like one of them I read, it's like we lived in a commune and one guy was sneaking beer, and that's what caused all the problems. That somebody was drinking too much beer. And not that like, you know, they agreed to the rules, but you think about how like flimsy your community could fall apart over somebody drinking an extra couple beers a night. Yeah, of course there's awful HOAs, Sashi, but those are not as common as you think. Like my HOA isn't bad. It's just that it was like wasn't like the people here aren't bad. It's just that it was ran poorly, you know? And I'm in an extreme situation. I've been in two other HOAs that never had a singular issue that I was aware of, right? Um, so that like HOAs don't scare me nearly as much just because I've been exposed to multiple. And my first HOA was a building full of old fucking people, too. And that one though, I had terrible neighbors. But the HOA itself was never the issue. Not you, not you. How are you, Dia? However, I do want to live in a house because, once again, it's like, because I bought my place outright, I ended up getting fucked on this place HOA wise. But I also just kind of, I'm outgrowing my place. I am outgrowing my pace for the art shit that I want to do. I just need a warehouse. I need a big old warehouse, everybody. No, it's not uh-oh. It's just more of like, you know, like you've heard, you know, I don't have enough room for like the shit I want to set up and paint. Uh, but I can't really get out of my place until all of this shit gets taken care of, which people have been aware I'm like in charge of now. Well, tomorrow's the day where I actually send shit to the lawyers, though. We're fine. I'm finally ready to send shit to the lawyers, everybody. We'll see. We got to get the roof fixed. We got to get up to fire code. And literally all these problems can be solved with money. But when you have not enough people paying, it's a big problem. It's a big problem. I expect the lawyer portion to go a lot simpler than we all think it might. We found a law firm that only deals with this shit. And, so they know the laws. So I'm actually not that nervous about. It was about like our books weren't in order. So the first part is I couldn't find a lawyer. Then I find out that our books aren't in order. Oh sorry, sorry. Then I find a lawyer. I don't have the information. The guy who has some of the information doesn't get back to me for 2 weeks. The other place doesn't get back to me. I have to find it from other people, put it together, make sure we're all on the same page. And so, now we're at a spot where I got the book part of it fixed and I have the correct information. And then, and now it's the lawyers to actually get it collected. But then we have another meeting where it's like we have to get money to pay for the lawyers and shit. Yeah. The lawyer, it's like, the lawyer's like, it's like hands off. It's a law firm that's dedicated to condo HOA law, and they're in 4 states. It's exactly what we needed. And, so it's, basically like, yeah, you just hand us off the information. We take it up, we figure it out. And you pay the bill. And then, like, we get to charge by the rules of our HOA. If we have to take legal action against you and get lawyers, you pay for those lawyers that, go after you. But we just have to front the money. Make every song you sing your favorite tune. May the good Lord Yeah. That sucks, Doc Goddess. That really fucking sucks. Sorry that happened to you. I don't dislike or distrust lawyers. It's just that there are plenty that lack it. I mean, honestly, Doc, I look at it as because I normally lie, so this is honest. But I think that's for all professions. I don't think that's unique to lawyers. Um, yeah, that's fucking gross. It's just lawyers have opportunities to do more. The unethical ones have better opportunities to fuck over people more. And I think that's why it's like um, being a lawyer tests people's ethics a lot more than a significant other like so for example, like if you worked in retail, the amount of ethics or the level of ethics that you could have or don't have is not as like, let's say, impactful because like yeah, you could steal, but like you don't really have the opportunity to embezzle. You can't really like, do something really like socially damaging. Yeah. I mean, um Doc Otis, we live with the greatest president in the greatest country in the world, okay? So it will be taken care of. All right? I assure you, our government doesn't want all of us dead. All right? And you could take that to the bank. All right? All right? Those children in Iran, okay, we had to bomb them, okay? They were going to learn when they were adults, they were going to learn how to enrich uranium. Those those children were going to learn how to enrich uranium eventually. We're starting to get in a much better spot. Okay. All right. So, rest assured, we're doing everything right over there. Okay. We had to invade them to protect ourselves. All right. As Dia would agree. All right. As Dia, Mudworks, and Salt would all agree, and Pickles would all agree. Yep. We had to attack those elementary school children. I know. It took real heart, figured Ollie. No, Pickles, I remember when we bombed that elementary school that you were like, "Oh, thank God, I feel safe now." Well, that was you, right? Just the worst type of slander. I mean, those kids, they were like only like 12 years away from being able to understand how to enrich a uranium. Okay? And thank God our fearless pants shitting leader was there to do it. All right? Well, those kids who are like, you know, gonna learn how to enrich uranium, absolutely, right? Absolutely. Sorry, it took me a while. I missed that, Richards. An artist commune sounds awful. Well, exactly, Doc Goddess. And then they could never learn how to enrich the uranium that Israel doesn't want them to have. Okay? How you doing, Cow Chow? All right? We have to think about Israel here, everybody, okay? All right? We all know that Israel is more important than our needs in politics here. Okay? We could all agree. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm doing all right, Cow Chow. We have to understand that the lives of Israelis and their ability to kill children and take other people's property is more important than our ability to say what we want here. Right? So, point being is, you know, yes, we're targeting elementary schools. Schools is in session, exactly, right? And it's just completely necessary. Okay? Thank you. I'm going to run on that. All right? We only are going to drone strike elementary schools from here on out. Oh, I know you're making a great face and you're giving me a thumbs up right now. I know, Sashi.
Shame!
Don't you shame me. I have nothing to be ashamed about. The stream's gonna cut out soon. No. Trust me. It's, you know, Israel would never do that to me. That was, oh, good, Dolly. Yeah. Obviously, the you know, all those, what was it, 180 or 200 elementary school girls who were going to be the future and, you know, obviously learn how to make uranium. And, you know, frankly, I don't want Israel to be uncomfortable. Okay? We can't afford to have, with all that Israel does for us, okay, to be uncomfortable. Good, Cow. Good. Wish him. No. And I know you all agree with me. I know you all agree with me, especially Sashi and Dia. And Figure Dolly. We can all agree those elementary school kids had it coming. That's probably the worst thing I've ever said in my life. Yeah, we live all right. So for whoever might not pick up on these social cues, I don't agree with any of the things I have just said. Not in the slightest capacity. Okay? I want this to be abundantly clear. That was sarcasm. Yes, yes. All right? I need that to be perfectly clear. That I did reach my line. I wonder I only know of one person who used to watch and talk who I've not seen since when I made fun of Elon Musk. I am. Thank you, Cow. I am the most funny and humble man in the world. Alright? I also won Konami's Gamer of the Century Award. But I'm very humble. That's a deep cut. I wonder if anybody understands that one. There's nobody as humble as I. Have you, Maddie? And Dia? No shit. What did they ask about? That is true, Sashi. I am the best in the world. They have asked if I'm serious. My God. Do they still watch? Do they still watch? No shit. Okay. Am I? All right. Sincerely, I thought it's very clear by how much I'm laying it on that nobody could ever mistake what I just said.
Oh,
I just said an elementary school full of little children deserved to get missiled. I just said that on stream. I said that out loud. What the hell? Unintentionally radical. Yeah. Oh, somebody asked if I was Mormon? I do make fun of Mormons a lot. Interesting. Huh. I do like to toe that line, Maddie. But I think I go in and out of it frequently enough that if they're paying attention, they catch it. I am absolutely 100% a Mormon, Hanser. I know, but I go back and forth. They've always been... Okay, all right. That's good. That makes sense. Yeah. Possibly Cowchow. No. I'm from Idaho. I'm one of those Idaho Mormons. All right, trivia question. There are 3 locations of Brigham Young University. One's in Utah, one's in Idaho. Where is the other? Delaware? Nope. Yeah, it's probably that, Dio. I know, but it just surprises me because I feel like I leave a little bit of like, rope in there so people, can clarify. I actually got to check because I thought it was one. There we go. Okay. Nevada, nope. I mean, that's true, Pickle. Salt Lake City, no. So I said there are 3 Brigham Young University locations. Utah, Idaho, where's the third? Salt Lake City, Nevada is wrong. Rhode Island is wrong. Delaware is wrong. Oh, we're back at home. No, I already said Idaho. That's one of the that's one of the 3. Where's the third one at? Front to back. I know. That makes me laugh too, Maddie. Montana, nope. I could tell Figure Deli. Have you met anyone? Has anybody blatantly agreed with the fucked up stuff I'm saying? 3 more times? Yes. Alabama, I can repeat it, but I'm not going to, Figure Dolly. Alabama, nope. All right, fine, I'll repeat it. Brigham Young University has 3 locations for their university. There is a location, the main one in Utah. There's one in Idaho. Where is the other one at? New Mexico? Nope. Really, Dia? But they, like, did they figure it out then? Texas? No. New Mexico? No. Brigham Young? No. Arkansas? No. DC? Nope. How you doing, Yanbari? That's true. Hawaii is correct. Dia. Hawaii is correct. I'm doing well. Yep. Did you say Hawaii? I missed Hawaii. You both get points. You both get points, Ben. If I legitimately miss your Hawaii, I apologize. So who wants to know a fun fact about the Brigham Young Mormons? The reason why it's in Hawaii is because there is a significantly large portion of Samoans in America, Samoa, who are Mormon. So pretty much all the Samoans go to the Hawaii Brigham Young. And that's why also Brigham Young has one of the best rugby teams in college. Because Samoans are fucking great at rugby. Those are big happy bastards. Those Samoans. So there you go, everybody. Love Samoans. Yeah, no, I think it's the most prominent religion in American Samoa is Mormonism. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I deserve this. I can miss some chat sometimes. They are a joy. They are a joy to good luck. Despite me having significant issues with the religion of Mormonism, Samoans are really fucking cool. Some Mormons. Ah! I'm still shocked that you all have had so many run-ins with people who believe my... I've said some horrendous things on this stream. You're fine. You're fine, Cow Chow. I had no clue. Frankly, that's very, like, that bothers me. Is this why I don't have, my viewers stop coming in? Been a very small one. No, you're very likable. All right, has anybody... I don't need names. But do you suspect that you know of somebody who stopped watching because of that? That's the thing. Because, like, you know, Dia and Manny, like, if they thought that and then, like, they see that you're watching it, wouldn't they also pass judgment on you as well? Like, oh my god, you, like, what? This is what you watch? It'd be like finding out somebody watches, like, Steven Crowder still. Or Matt Walsh. Could you imagine if you found out one of your friends watches Matt Walsh? How you doing, Ron Johnson? My subject changed? From the last time, yes. How you doing, Ron? Exactly, Maddie. I might be Figure Dolly. That is true too, Pickles. Very true, Dio. Good subject matter. Well, yeah, this is a new painting. We've been on it for a little bit. You saw the last, like, Kiss one, right, Ron? You stopped by during one of those? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Yeah. Also, I know I haven't announced the paint-a-dong yet because I've been tremendously busy with a lot of random bullshit, but I assure you that announcement will be coming soon for the 2026 paint-a-dong. The most exclusive painting competition in the world. That's true. I know you don't, Figure Dolly. No, you don't. You bastard. Buy every so often and just watch. Well, we got 2 skeletons now, Ron. We have 2 skeletons and a mannequin. And an elf. And a skull. Son of a bitch, Mal. Your guard aren't good. It might be a week or 2 later than I was originally planning because of the art fair and HOA stuff. Because if I can't, I don't know if I want to schedule it for the 4th of July. Because then the week after 4th of July, I have my art fair and a big HOA meeting. So that might be the week after that. A doppelganger, true. Well, it's Jebediah Bonespur is the second skeleton, Ron Johnson. Jebediah Bonespur, who got out of the War of 1812 because of a supposed bone spur. Homeowners, that's a HOA. I am the El Presidente Generalissimo of mine. And I have to take some people to court. Or I have to use legal means to get people to pay their fucking dues. Because they're not fucking adults. I prefer Generalissimo, Stitching Geek. Thank you, Mel. I do walk around with, like, a military uniform and medals whenever I have to go outside here, so it's only fitting. Jesus Christ. You're showing... Thank you, Ron. Stolen Valor medals is absolutely Mal. Okay, so now... This painting has been kicking my ass a little bit. Not in a bad way, but, like, I'm really taking my time on this one to get the contrast right. I think the background change was a good one. I do think that was a good change here. I do too. So I think I can knock out Kevin, Window, and Plasticia in a session. I don't think, but if I get good progress on this today, then I think it'll just be one more session. It's a very big painting. I mean, it's the biggest painting I've ever done. And I also want it to be, I'm making more effort to make sure it's good. Or to like a high standard here. I might bring this to my first art fair. And, I might. Not decided yet, but if it's dry, like if I get this done and I got a month, it will go unvarnished, but I think I'd bring it. As one of my crazy pieces. Well, the thing is, Cowchow, I'm trying to farm information here, right? Because frankly, I'm not sure how successful my weird stuff will be. I'm still gonna do weird stuff, but I do some normal stuff. Find good or high standard. It matches how I envisioned it, or it's close to how I see it or envision it. Ron, I'm hitting the contrast that I want. The location of shit, the visual effects that I want. So it's a purely relative to my own view of it, if that makes sense, Ron. But sometimes it's too much. Or something like that's why I changed the background again, because I thought the purple was too much, and it took away from that purple contrast was just too much for what was going on here. And I think the yellow is a little bit much, but I could possibly do like another layer of something on top of that. Exactly. That's what I mean, the judge of. Like, it's all about relative to my own standards, Ron, right? Because, like, as you know, with how you paint, you probably have paintings that you dislike a lot that you've done, maybe. I'm not saying you have bad paintings or anything, but, like, we all have things that we... I have paintings that I think were complete failures, right? I think that's a normal thing. You think the yellow is supreme? Now, mind you, I don't know if, like, how it will necessarily look when it's dry. But I think this yellow as it is better than what the purple. Hi, Omizu. Yeah. And that's how I feel too, Ron. But like this one, so like, I used to paint a lot of paintings in one session and I just lived with it. I have, and I actually hung them up on purpose to make myself see them and, but on this one with the investment that I have on it, I will take the extra time as needed to get this in the spot that, I want it to be in. Yeah, I did lower the brain because of the setup. But so we'll see. Like, I took a little bit extra time on that Kiss one that I just did too. But I'm not letting like certain contrasts kind of like sometimes when I paint I'll notice that like something's a little off but the relative contrast is not that bad. Right now I'm being a little bit more harsher on that. Going back and forth on this forehead a bit. So let's just smooth that out a little bit. I'm in that situation too, but don't paint nearly as much. Yeah, very much so, Ron, right? It's very interesting being in that perspective of being like you, especially if you don't have reliable critique. You know, that was something I like yearned for a lot earlier. I'm kind of just lived to deal with it. I should have taken a break, but I didn't. I forgot. Didn't think about it. But it's interesting being in that position, as you're probably well aware of, Ron, right? How do you deal with a lack of feedback, or how should we go about our work without like reliable feedback? Yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I've had a little bit more of my long juice in these streams, Maddie. Well, you know what I actually do, Cal? That is something I do need to find, Ron. Cal, I hang up all my paintings in my downstairs. I have like in my downstairs I have like 80 or 90 paintings hung up. Maddie's seen them. There's videos on my Instagram, and they all just hang up there, and I use it as kind of a reminder or self-reflection on my work. And I can, you know, if I'm honest about my work, I can reflect on them and just be kind of constantly reminded about my own issues that I have with my work. Maybe that's too harsh on myself, but it hasn't. Plus, it's fun to have a bunch of paintings hung up in your place. I would rather just people buy them. Ron, were you ever a part of an art club? Fucking shitballs. God bless America. Dropping the brushes a lot today. Yep. You know what? It might actually be one of the colors I'm searching for. You know, it's funny enough, this yellow that I hate for my palette has actually provided some quick ins to possibly some colors that I was struggling with. Possibly. Will I ever use it on my palette outside of something like this? No. But I think that's more accurate. I think I've been leaning into purples too much on this painting, everybody. I love purples, but sometimes it just doesn't look right. And I want things to look right here. I might be going for too high of a realism, but what's the difference between Pyrrole, Scarlet, and Red? Pyrrole Scarlet is the next step towards orange. That's it. It's a very red orange. Pyrrole Scarlet. Pyrrole Red is a very strong, fairly neutral red. I was in an art club and sub-clubs of the art club. Free for most of the members. I see. Ron, do you mind, what state do you live in? You don't have to answer that, but what state do you live in? And do you live in an area where they're like plenty, or did you like start or search or, you know, help establish one? Ohio? I'm not sure. Ron, how am I supposed to know, damn it? God damn it. See, the problem, Ron, is that your name is Ron Johnson. And so I just imagine Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. All right? That's not meant to be an insult, though. And I know you're not a piece of shit like that guy. I've never been more insulted in my life. Fuck Ron Johnson. That's right, Ron Johnson. Fuck Ron Johnson. Completely with you on that one, Ron. I wonder. Okay. I actually think that color is in a much better spot. No. Little pass on some stuff here. Isn't Night for the Creek once a month is really good. I would love to have something like that. I gotta see if there's one by me, because I think part of my strength, or at least my ability to learn, Ron, is my ability to seriously consider critique and self-reflection. But, you know, one thing is having like reliable critique, or people who understand, or understand my perspective or things I'm trying to do. Yeah. We have an art society, Ron, but I haven't seen any events like that. But yeah, I there probably is. Because I'm not like, I haven't searched for that specifically. I've just, I know of the Arts Council that I am a member of, but it's not like, I do kind of need to take a break because I need to piss and grab water. So maybe it's time. Oh my God, Kaylan. Well, I just peed. Thank you, Kaylan. So we should probably do that, huh? Just those two. One was choice, one was because I had to. Alright. Okay. Okay. Let's take a 5-minute break, everybody. Gonna run ads, even though you just had them, because I'm not gonna be here. Yep, shit, shave, shower, snack, and sob. The 5 S's. Good. Thank you, Maddie. All right. Neon Sock Media, thank you for the follow. The 5 S's of breaks. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, running ads now. We'll see you when I get back. All right, I'm back. I turned the feed off, knowing so if you said something, opening doors usually finds more doors to open. That makes, yeah. Agreed. Agreed, Ron. All right. Back from a break. The background from farther away, I like more. You're seeing a little bit more yellow than me. I do think it was the right choice, though. I do think it was the right choice. You're seeing it a touch, especially at the top right here. You're seeing it a bit more brighter than I do. Damn right, Dia. Next time it's going to cost money. Maddie, you know that your account's already linked up with the stream. That is a brain that I haven't put a lot of detail into yet, and these glasses are now fucking like out of sync again. So let me go fix the glasses. There we go. You guys can look in close. Welcome back, Kyle. Thank you, Ron. Thanks for stopping in, bud. I always appreciate when you come in. So what did y'all have to let loose? Ones and two. It's always a good. Well, it's technically a number 3, Cal. That's where your poo is so liquidy. It's like a combination of a 1 and a 2. A good old number 3. What, Dia? What? I know, Sashi. Just because I'm open and honest. See, Maddie gets it. Sometimes you just need to have a good number 3. I say a lot of fucked up stuff here, huh? Like just the like the shit I say. I've said some horrendous things. Do I need to reflect? Do I need to reflect on my past sins, everybody? No? All right. I'm not. I've never been more sane and lucid. I would say so, but that's, I think, more just financially related, Maddie. Like, if I think I had money, I think I would be more sane. You know what's funny though? Well, Kyle, my digestive system has never been better because I'm eating tons of beans. I'm eating tons of beans and a lot of vegetables. All right, when you're cooking for yourself and eating on the cheap, I'm probably on a good stretch of like healthy eating. I do drink too much soda though, still. But as far as what I'm eating, goddamn. A bit, Maddie. It plays into it. That's right, Coucho. I love soda. I definitely drink too much. But yeah, I eat a lot of beans. I mean, the long, smooth taste of an RC Cola is just so, it's too much to overcome. I really hope one of these days those jokes pay off. Where just somebody who works at RC Cola or something is watching the stream. Oh, by the way, Maddie, I got Diet RC Cola at a restaurant yesterday. Beans are great, Maddie. They're super cheap. Yep. My dad likes this Polish restaurant, so we went there for Father's Day. And I asked for a Diet Coke, and they said Diet RC Cola. I've still yet to see it in person. I couldn't believe it. I did laugh when they said that, though. Well, you know, Cao Chow, I've been cooking a lot of Mexican food. So you just throw pinto beans into a rice cooker. You could do them in a pot and a pan, but a rice cooker works just as well. With a lot of water, like a quarter of an onion, couple cloves of garlic, some chicken bouillon and salt. Then you have like they're done. They're good to eat after that. But then you just throw that into a frying pan or some of that, and then you just mash them, and you have some great refried beans. And you just eat that with like rice or some meat, you know, some cheese and tortillas. It's a good cheap meal because you could buy like a pound or 2 pounds of beans for like you could buy a pound of beans for $1 or less, depending on where and you know how much you buy. But a pound of beans is like a dried beans is like enough food for like 2 days. No, they have a taste. You just gotta learn to like do the things that accentuate it. You know what I'm saying, Maddie? Yeah. Soda is probably the thing I spend too much money on. That I still don't spend that much on it, but that is like a complete kind of like vice. Well, I know, Couch Out. You see, you're not aware. Recently I've been on discount ham weeks. And yeah, you eat some of the ham with pinto beans. It works very well. Discount ham weeks, baby. I got another one on the way. Good, Hanser. Good. Good, Hanser. Well, you get a discount ham from the Woodmans for like 80 cents a pound. You get a 12-pound ham. Well, you got to eat 12 pounds of ham before it goes bad. Then you get a discount ham week. But boy, does it get rough. Well, Maddie, that's why you like. So I cook a lot, but like figure out things that are easy that you like a lot, right? Well, I generally end discount ham week with making split pea soup, cow chow, and freezing a bunch of that. So then I have rainy day meals. I mean, that's a matter of opinion. I don't. You're talking like I am trying to spend as little as possible on anything outside of my art or my paintings. So like, I I'm trying to literally spend like 30 or $40 a week on food. Like like Maddie, I could easily, spend only like $30 to $40 a week on food. Like what I used to literally pay for some like DoorDash meals I used to order, before I could live off for a week. Two people and I am. Yeah. Seems like a orange. Actually, I can use this for that. Son of a bitch. Garg! The hell?
Move this man!
Don't you boo him. Stop it. What is that color? How are you doing, Garg? What's the haps? Oh my god, why are you yelling? Eating spaghetti? That's good. What type of sauce? Did you not? What type of sauce? Sauce. Yeah, sauce. I thought what I was saying was very clear. But I won't do that. I will do anything for love, anything you've been dreaming of. But I just won't do that. Gotta believe it. I don't know. And thank you for recognizing that I was singing Meatloaf. Thank you, Guard. I needed that. Probably butt stuff. Like him getting pegged, I'm saying. I'm offended, Lizzie. 3. You come in here with shit like that. 3. God bless America. I never said that. I'm not Meatloaf. I've seen Meatloaf live. Yeah, you've heard that one. That's where we a woman had a went into like a diabetic coma because she intentionally drank too much, and me and my brother had to carry out like a 65-year-old woman during the show at a casino in Indiana. They were sitting right in front of us. My dad loves Meatloaf. But when we saw Meatloaf, it was depressing. You could tell he was having like early Parkinson's or something, like, and he didn't really have the voice or the stamina. Okay. I'm being slandered. I'm being slandered here. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. Baby, I'm... You gotta believe it. Hmm. 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 Ah. That nose got too long. That color. Don't like it. It's too cold. It's kind of like a pink. Let's try it. All right, question. Who wants a trivia question? Doesn't matter. You guys don't have a choice. Why? This is for. I'll give 4 oily points for this. 4 oily points. Why are red, yellow, and orange kits called warm colors? And why are green, blue, and purple called cold colors? 4. This is a 4-bagger. Nope. Wrong! No, like they are considered the warm. They are empirically the warmer colors. Nope. But why historically? Did we just associate them with warm? There's an empirical answer to this. Technically not reflect. Nope. Money. Nope. Not absorbing light either. That's not the reason, though. It has nothing to do with feel. Dia, why is the reason we consider orange, yellow, and red warm colors and purple, green, and blue cold colors? It does have something to do with that, Mel. You give it, it's worth double points. It's now worth 8 points. But there's a timer, an unknown timer. It is now worth 8 points. There is a warm side and a cold side, but why were they called cold and warm to begin with? That's not the reason, Mel. Nope. I've told some people. Oh, so that's, well, it's not the reason, but I'm. Mercury thermometers, no. I wouldn't say so, Dia. Nope, neither of those reasons. All right, it is now worth 15 points. It is now worth 15 points, but you have 30 seconds. It is now worth 15 points, but you have 30 seconds. Ten. No, that's not the exact reason, Dia. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. You'll hear. 3, 2. I know you're Dia. Body heat scanners, no. 1. It is not malachite. 0. The answer is going to be revealed after I vamp for time a little bit. Because that answer is almost ready to say. No, it's so there was an experiment by Isaac Newton where he split up white light into different colors. Remember? So he ran light through a prism and he got the colors from the visible spectrum. I'm not. A future experiment by forget who, it wasn't Newton though, actually measured the ambient temperature of the visible light after it's run through the prism, discovering infrared temperature. So he discovered that there was a color that was not visible to our eye that was warming up an area, but also what he observed is that the yellow, oranges, and red heated up, were hotter, the localized area, than the green, blue, and purple. And that's how we started associating them warm and cool. You too, Mel. There you go. Son of a bitch! Fuck you!
No!
Not a nerd. That's a cool. That's something cool kids know. I'm sitting at the cool kids table.
I award you no points,
That
and may
deserves
God
it.
have mercy on your soul.
Listen, I just got 15 points. What did you losers just get? Don't you boo me. Because I asked the question and you got a very simple question that you all got wrong. Sometimes, man. Sometimes. That's my day job. Beverly Hills. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's... You missed it, Shasta. Shasta, you probably would have gotten it right. Knowing you. Yeah, Shasta. Now, it was science. I said, why do we call orange, yellow, and red warm colors, and why do we call blue, green, and purple cold colors? No, that was 15. If Shasta, if you get it right now, I'll give you 4 points. Yeah, I would have accepted that. Yeah, I mean, Shasta, I would have accepted that. I would have accepted that. See? Shasta knew everybody. Shasta, you get 4 points. Yeah, it's because when they separated the light in the prism, they measured local temperatures, discovering infrared light, and that the red, yellow, and orange were like physically measured at higher temperatures in the local areas, where red, blue, and green were colder. So then there became an association with a warm-cold association as descriptors. You got to pump up those numbers, Hanser. I have not heard of Schlieren? I have not. Jesus Christ, Tia, you're holding heavy. I will never financially recover from this. Interesting. I've been seeing a few of those shorts, Shasta, about the like the plate photography that's like has like infinite resolution. There's a guy who does that like with an old-timey camera. And it looks fucking phenomenal. Now it's not in color, but it's fucking gorgeous. They might, Maddie. That's why we might have to, we might have to sell bonds, oily point bonds, to fix the market and cause some inflation. Oh, really? That's really cool. Once the oily point, you know, we're having an oily point IPO coming up, everybody. So, you know, hold on to those and your shit coins as well. Every oily point is backed by one shit coin. And every shit coin is backed by 1 pound of my poop. Jesus, I didn't know you were at 247, Shasta. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we need some inflation here. Don't worry. It's a lot of poop. Yeah, no, it's all backed. It's all guaranteed by the government. Maddie, you do spend yours. It's a combined effort between the Canadians and the United States and any other countries you all live in. That could be a redeem for oily points for me to create an emote of a painting of your choice. That could be kind of interesting. No, no. Obviously, you love the American government. Mm-hmm. Well, because it deals with crypto, you see. No, no, you're all obviously huge fans of the United States government. We know this for a fact. The greatest government in the world. Well, sorry, the second greatest only to Israel. Who are invading Iran to protect us. We have to do it, everybody. Those children know too much, Maddie. You know this. Those children are dangerous. Oh my, how dare you curse our beloved governments. With poutine like that. Next, you're gonna say they shouldn't have ketchup chips. Next, you're gonna tell me that. Yeah, I've heard especially the early seasons. There'll be peace when you lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more. Yeah, we don't even have him here. Beep, 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 beep.
Tonight,
Jesus Christ, Val. What are you what are you planning, you sick fuck? Have a good one, Couch Al, but you know you're not allowed to leave. Couch Al. You could try. You're not allowed to leave. I would figure, Dolly. I'm terrified. I haven't liked the dill pickle potato chips that I've had. What is all dressed? What does all dressed mean? I don't even know what that means. Oh yeah, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I'd eat the fuck out of that. I love salt and vinegar chips the most. Just straight up salt and vinegar. To me, those are the best ones. But that probably means I'd like ketchup ones. Yeah, salt and vinegar kettle chips. BBQ. I like BBQ too, but there's the Kettle brand pickles. That one I really like. You like cheddar and sour cream? Yeah. I haven't had ketchup chips, but I would. Just to hear them sing, carry on our wayward son. There'll be peace when you are gone. Lime Tostito. Never had. No, there you go, Pigger Dolly. I mean, I just like aggressive flavors, you know. Interesting, man. I've never had those. The Kettle brand used to have these Thai chili ones that were really good, but then I haven't seen them for a long time. I'm not a Takis boy, though. I don't like Takis. I don't like Flaming Hot Cheetos. Well, I knew that figured out. Coward. Why am I a coward for that? Because I have taste? Because I have a palate? So I'm not some mongoloid? It has nothing to do with spicy. It's just I don't think the flavor is that good. I'll eat spicy. Those ones don't do it for me. You goddamn right I do. I know so, Figure Dolly.
Tonight.
Oh my god. You're sick. You should be on a list. I know. I know. First, we're going to get you on the no-fly list, though. Why would you be on a no-fly list? Maddie, all you have to do to not be on a no-fly list is attack cops at the Capitol to try and overthrow an election. All right? That's all you have to do. You can fly wherever you want if you do that. Dia knows. Summer of 92. Thank God you stole my identity. I could pin so many crimes on you. Oh my God. Thank God. I've been waiting. I've been waiting for the moment. For that one special kiss. Some people wait a lifetime. You just brought piss to a shit fight, Figure Dolly. That's fine. How are you gonna handle that when you have when you have shit all in your eyes and you can't even see? Fair. I can't believe what's happening to me. Some people wait a lifetime. He is looking a little gaunt. But he is looks maxing, Figure Dolly. He's looks maxing. Same. But, you know, this is an alter ego of Jebediah Bonespur. I think I'm in a much better spot than I was in fixing the background, Richards. But I gotta see if I can get this brain effect that I want. I want this to feel very visceral and grotesque. I want it to feel like you're taking a shit in an Arby's bathroom. When you look at this, and when you look at this, like you had to shit so bad, and you could only stop at an Arby's off the highway at like 3 in the afternoon. That's what I want. When you look at this skull, how I want you to feel. Like you just drank, like you drank like a liter of coffee and ate like a bacon, egg, and cheese McMuffin, and you underestimated how badly you had to poop and thought you could make it. I flooded a Taco Time bathroom one time. Fair enough. Are they? Okay. We have Taco John's over here for our backup fast food taco places. You know what? Not an Arby's, a Long John Silver's. Not an Arby's, a Long John Silver's. Dolly, please explain how that feels when you had explosive diarrhea, an emergency explosive diarrhea situation in a Long John Silver's, please. Exactly, Maddie. Oddly erotic, but you're okay, all right. Good to know. Some people wait. Welcome back, Dia. Oh, yeah. I mean, they probably deal with it with truckers every day, frankly. Can't see. Happening to me. Some people wait a lifetime. Really? Like you never saw a customer doing or heard a customer like, you know, I had to emergency stop at a Starbucks one time. Yeah, gas stations are probably, you know, daily occurrence. That's why you need one of those bathrooms that you could just hose down to clean. Really? Yeah. But it was just you who wanted a private bathroom? You framed the patrons? Listen, I had Arby's and Long John Silver's yesterday. One special kiss. Some people. I don't know if they still do. Um, the one, but I had one by me when I grew up, and I never ate there, not once. Um, but I believe I saw some social media on it where it was like where people were like, it's not as bad as you think. Like they're like they're onto something. It's got remodeled. Did you figure, Dolly? It was just like fried fish. Like I said, I've never eaten there, and like I don't think they're in the Illinois market anymore. Oh, that was your Lent place, figure, Dolly? Table. Thank you, Richards. I got to do more with the tablecloth, but I think we're in a good value spot with it. Hence, I'm starting to kind of like finish stuff. Thank you. That was that dark, huh? That's fine. It actually looks fine now. Some people wait a lifetime. Nope, that was not right. Wrong. He's kind of gonna go in last. Um, it's because I need to locate the window first, but I want to get in this other shit before I do that type of like serious location. So, that's gonna be after I get table shit this basically done. Locate the window off of that, then locate Plasticia off of the window, and then throw in Kevin. Huge fucking pervert, that Kevin. one special kid. Some people wait a lifetime. I need to throw in a little bit more yellow. We'll see. It's actually up to 118 now, Maddie. I love Joe Rogan, Richards. Joe Rogan is so smart. He's just so open to everything, everybody. And he's just so courageous. You know, to just say his mind. No. Well, he did, but then he blew it again. Yeah, Kevin insisted on sitting in the cuck chair in the prince's quarters. Prince said no. Kevin did it anyways. Oh, fantastic, Richard. All right. I'd do it. Kevin is not misunderstood. Kevin is as understood as one can be. I mean, the man loves Four Locos and Quaaludes. I can. There are better drugs than that, and ones with a better history than Quaaludes. And Four Loco sounds like a Jersey thing. I've never had a gold Four Loco. I am probably going to drink a Four Loco though for the painted dong drinking. So I'm probably gonna start it off with a Four Loco as penance. Feel like I have to a little bit. Damn it. I told you about the painted dong. God damn it. All right, Figure Dolly, are you listening? I'll explain the paint-a-dong contest for you. We did it last year. We're doing it again. It's a painting competition where you have to do a still life. You have to paint from life. You have to do it in color, digitally or anything traditionally, but it has to be in color. You have to be looking at it in person. It has to be made from fruits, vegetables. We allow meat, or no meat, but we're going to allow eggs, cheese, and bread this year. And it has to be in the shape of a dong. The winner gets the painting I paint on stream and the portrait of Dolly Parton from Cats this year. I also offer critique to all pieces who want it. Dial M for Art won it last year. They are the reigning Paint-A-Dong champion. Yep. Basic, and you can only start it after I start. So when I have the stream, the drinking stream, then you guys can start with me or start. You got about a week. Yep, with their lipstick banana. Yep. Oh, fantastic, deal. Start with me or start aging me? You can't finish one of what? What are nasty, Richards? A Four Loko? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm probably just going to do one for the Paint-A-Dong. And like I said, the winner gets my painting. Like, I ship it to you. M has the painting I did hanging up in their home right now. And it's a, it's a $1 billion, this year it's a $2 billion prize pool. Because we have 2 of my paintings. Generational wealth. Good, Richards, good. So on the day where I paint, figure Dolly, we're doing a drinking game. Neither do I. But on that day, I'll drink. I'll get some ciders. I'll get a Four Loko. But that, it's not the point, Pickles. I would love for everybody to just join and have a good time and have a laugh, right? It's okay if we don't win. Well, do both. We need a better turnout than the Great British Painting Contest. I mean, just, I would just say don't look at it that way. Just look at it as a way to improve, I'm offering critique, It's okay to suck. I hope you do, Pickles. I really do. I hope everyone does. I'm not saying Pickles will suck either. I'm just saying is, part of this, part of working on your art, your painting skills is also suffering through the failures, and being able to overcome that anxiety, you know? It's okay. I haven't picked one yet, Dia, because I've had some additional things come up. And I have my art fair at the beginning of July. But it's now, I was originally trying to do it around the 4th of July, but I think it will be more like July 14th. Ooh, a Charlie Kirk painted on? That's a fun idea. Richards showing his support for the proposed saint Charlie Kirk. I propose that the Catholic Church makes him an official saint, obviously. That is funny to me. It's also concerning, but it's alright. I thought it was obvious enough. I truly did. Oh yeah, he's a fucking awful man. May he burn in hell. I hope there is a hell, so he's burning in it. Yeah, what a fucking loser that guy is, Richards. Yeah. Well, hey, Jamboree, if you're looking to buy a place for cash in Rockford, Illinois, let me know. I mean, he literally is fine with gun violence in the United States, with all the kids dying, because people need to have guns, according to him. Dolly, he went to he was in the next high school, he went to high school closest to me. He was he's like 4 years younger than me. But he went to the high school that was like a mile and a half away from me. Oh, Mizu knows who he is, Richards. No, well, like I said, I'm nominating him for sainthood, everybody. He was a saint. We can all agree. Absolutely. I didn't actually know he was from there. Like, you know, I had no idea of his existence prior. But I did find out I knew some people who, like, knew him. Apparently he's a fucking loser in high school, too. No, we just send his bones out to several new Catholic churches. You know, the Church of Latter-day Saintly Charlie Kirk. Apparently he was like an edgelord type fucking kid in high school. The high school he went to too was very Hispanic. Figure Dolly. Well, I know it's a very Hispanic high school, but you know. Yeah, you do too, Richards. Well, I actually propose that there be a Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway in every state in the Union, um, as part of it. You know, it's part of his miracles, right? It'll be part of his miracles that he has to do to prove that he's a saint. And of course, no accidents will ever happen on those highways because and the Hershey Highway, yeah. We'll have one special kiss. Some people wait a lifetime. Can't believe what's happening to me. Did you? I don't know why it's stuck in my head. Somebody said something that made me think of it. Sang a lot of shitty songs today. I sang Beverly Hills by fucking Weezer. God, does that song suck. Anyone know that song? Fucking terrible song. I hate that song so much. Their first album was so fucking good. And then they just turned into complete dog shit. Oh yeah, very good. The first album. How old are you, Figure Dolly? I'm 37. I'm 37. I decided to be very nice there. Technically, no. 28. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was like 31 or 32 when he died. I was gonna say, well, you're probably what, like 45? That's the joke I was gonna do. 37 spring chicken. Yeah, me too. Yeah, Brie. Ah, you're not old, Richards. You're the same age as my brother. You don't like ask people's ages. Like I believe there's like a TOS thing about asking people information regarding their age. There was something. There was like I think there was some rancid perverts that made that an issue. What just happened? I am going to get my first payment from YouTube finally. You should be careful. Oh, have you gotten banned? What'd you get banned for? I'm guessing war crimes. Were you doing a nude painting or something? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Were you around, Figure Dolly, for the Day of Reckoning? I'm surprised you got caught. There was a day they allowed nudity for art. One day is all it took. So like all the anime drawings were drawing like furries with huge dongs and tits and shit and vaginas. And then Jess did like a nude painting of like a woman, and there was like a roaming incels who were mass reporting people, and yeah, Jess got banned by the roaming incels. And then they revoked their policy change. But if you went down the art channel, tits, dongs, I mean like the anime shit. I mean all fucking day. It was crazy. A lot of furry porn. Basically, I mean, well, so you need $100, and then I thought I was already hooked up to my account, but I wasn't. Like I didn't hook up my bank, so I finally did that process, so now I can redeem it. So I got $180 coming from YouTube. Well, I mean, like they didn't allow like fucking like Dolly like a sex scene, but like like there was like a furry with like a huge ass dong or like that type of shit. Yeah, you could do stuff like that. Well, that's over like a year, Maddie. Well, I had that one guy who like gave like did $100 super chat and like a $20 super chat. Had a few of those, but nothing from ads. Obviously, that's just like from donations and Omizo's membership. Thank you, Omizu, my only YouTube member. Maddie, you joined though the first month though, right? Well, the fact of the matter is that they're not allowing for context, and like, you know, that they're incapable of monitoring, but like, you know, it's also, but there's so many children that fucking watch Twitch. So it's like, you know, if it ever fucks with advertisements, it's just like a no-go. It is Twitch's problem, but unfortunately, it is also them who get to mandate it, you know? So they'll never do something that they think will risk their money, unfortunately. The fact that it even comes across like it will risk them money is bullshit. Because dudes who can't get fucking laid ruin everything for everybody. We draw the line to sexual acts, right? But they could just have a closed off section for verified accounts. Where I can hang dong and paint myself. God. Yeah, it's just incels. Incels ruin everything, everybody. And that's why, you know, we need strong male figures like Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder to show these men how to be alphas. Okay? Yeah, it sucks. Well, I mean, you know. Figured out, you know, men are incapable of separating nudity from sex. A CK tracheotomy. I mean, that's what this all fucking boils down to. You know, I've never painted a nude figure or drawn them. Gotcha. I should. I just don't like working from photos. I just need to like. I mean, so Dolly, you might not know this. Like, you might not have heard me rant about this. I don't like really like the idea of calling something a study. Um, so it's like if I'm doing it at full, you know, full bore all the time. Um, so like I would just do a full painting. Yeah. Really, Shasta? Well, you know, I think you got to practice, you know, you got to practice for the big game. Right? I think it helps remove pressure off of you to do things with like the sincere like the sincere nature of like putting your all towards it. Diagrams and stuff does not necessarily mean science. How dare you, Figure Dolly, say that in front of me. That's an interesting painting, Dot Goddess. So, Figure Dolly, do you want me to be a bitch right now? Aloha painter, alpha painter. There we go. You want me to be a bitch right now, Figure Dolly? Interesting, Shasta. All right. Here's me being a bitch. How does that help you become a better painter? Follow up. Did you do it because somebody else recommended it to you, or you saw other people do it? That's actually the best reason you could have given me. That is actually the best, absolute best reason you could have given me, to be honest with you. Right, but does that help you if you were physically seeing the person? She passed a major part of it. I still don't think like. So why do you think like why do you think knowing where a muscle like so for example if you were looking at somebody and the muscles didn't line up how you normally would because of their position, would it change how you paint them? But see, okay, all right, good. Great answer. Because okay, so why would you paint something that you can't see but you know it's there? I understand, but like how does that affect a static image? Remember, I'm being a bitch here. I apologize in advance. You agreed to this.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. Bitch, I feel it does. I'll apologize when you deserve it, Maddie. So, am I correct to assume, Figure Dolly, that you don't know that it helps you? Or it, do you, once again, not trying to be offensive, do you know that for certain? So I would just contend my main contention here.
Get your hand off my penis!
It's not my hand. Is that I think practices like that inherently lack intent, right? When you don't know or recognize the goal of what you're doing. Oh god. Who hurt me? Everyone did. Are you do you read my chat? I fully accept it if you just enjoyed doing it. But I don't necessarily like I will argue that it lacks intent on what you're learning or what it does for you. Remember, I'm being a bastard right now. You're on. That's fine. Obviously, you're free to disagree with me. But part of this exercise... See, I actually don't agree with that. I don't think it... So I am of the opinion that anatomy studies with regards to, like, impressionistic painting, painting from static images, don't... Like, anatomy doesn't do anything. That's a perfectly fine reason. That's a perfectly, like, you know, and obviously it doesn't matter whether I prove it. But I mean, like, I would ask that if you're like trying to get better, that you can tell me how what you're doing is like making you better. Oh my, with the hooting and the hollering all the time. Like, I always like say this, like, it's healthy to be questioned. And if you can't explain what you're doing to somebody or why you're doing it, is it something to be worth doing? However, I will absolutely accept, or I absolutely accept, that I enjoy doing it is perfectly reasonable. Now, but okay, let's follow up on that. Yeah. Well, do you think it's because of because you're just painting anatomy, or do you think because you're painting anatomy you specifically got better at painting anatomy? Now, if you're working from memory, this is also a different argument too. Like, I fully understand painting from memory. You think both? Drawing first of all, bitch. Take it easy, Jesse. Yeah. Do you think that there's like, do you care? Dolly, here, I'll also follow up another question. Do you care about the rate at which you improve? I do not, Richards. I just see literally what I see and go from there. Listen, I just also want to say I preface this that I'm going to be a bitch here, okay? You guys told me to do this. You'd like to improve at lightning speed. So, do you think the way you're doing it, with the time that you have, because I know you have limited time, is Fucker. I'm not a fucker. Do you think that's the optimal way to learn what you're trying to achieve?
Boo this
Do you know
man.
what you're trying to like get to or what you're aiming for? Don't you stop booing me. We're being intellectuals here. I'm an intellectual. And a pervert. I'm not an ingrown toenail. So do you think that like, you know, that viewpoint, son of a bitch. Have you thought about the like other possible methodology? It's such a bitch. Getting a lot of hate here. I live for this shit. I don't know. Is it something that you want to consider even or think about? That is true. I will teach people. If you want to just like critique, you know, I give free critique. If you wanted actual lessons and stuff like that, I would charge for it, but I would help people out. I mean, I've helped out several people with painting questions. No, like if so here's the thing. I have given free critique out and I offer that free. Absolutely. But I have my only conditions is I'm going to be it's not going to be for me to like, you know, butter you up. But it's about, you know, being real or, you know, my perspective on it. You're such a son of a bitch. But no, I've helped out Pickles. I've Maddie. I've Monica, Richards, Jesus Christ, Tommy Lee Jones, Jim Carrey, Monica Lewinsky, George H.W. Bush or George W. Bush. Sorry. What's it? Million and Vanilli. God damn. Mudd is very bloodthirsty lately. Charlie Kirk, absolutely. Yep. I got them all. But that goes for anybody out there. If you want sincere critique, message me and I will give you sincere critique. Well, I would be, Lizzie, I would be willing to give you genuine critique from my perspective on things. I know that's like has less value, you know, with a lot of things, but like I would give anyone critique if they just wanted my thoughts on something. That isn't clickbait. That's absolutely true. I'm not a fucker. I'm a good man. Listen, we're all starved for critique. You guys can critique the fuck out of this while I'm doing it. I'd be very, I think I'm very good at taking critique. Figure, Dolly, I would. If you just now you'd be subject to my timeline, but I would critique it and like write up something or or just talk about it. You know, I offered that in a stream, but I didn't get enough people didn't like do it. So, where I would do critique streams. Oh, I get it, Dolly. But I'm, finished pieces. Then Dolly, just send me $1 billion and the thing you want me to critique, and then I'll critique it. No, it's completely free. My only thing is don't be an asshole about it, but also recognize the big condition is it is going to be completely honest. I have never, ever been a bitch. Because also, mind you, Dolly, I wasn't necessarily out there to change your mind on that matter. It was more about kind of like questioning what your intent was or what you were thinking get out of it, so you can reflect on it at least. I don't know if I do salt. Yeah. Dolly, I'll sincerely, I will, like, this goes for everybody. If you just want me, I would appreciate some thoughts on this piece. And, I will sincerely give you my thoughts. I mean, ask Richards. I mean, I've critiqued several Richards, Monica's. Call up Tommy Lee Jones, ask him. Oh, fuck you, Maddie. That offer is on the table. Living in Beverly, fucking A. No clue. I have no idea, Maddie. But if you wanted actually art lessons, not that nobody has ever asked, but if, I would give art lessons, however, I would charge for them. Your pride. Doc Goddess, I would happily offer you critique. And I really liked your work that you posted in the Discord. I don't have fungus toenails. Beverly Hills, that's where I wanna be. Son of a bitch! Of course, Doc, guys. I hope you continue to share your work.
Move this man!
No! No, stop it!
I fart in your general direction.
I shit in yours.
These are a few of my favorite things.
These are a few of my favorite things. I think I could give you an honest critique, Omizu. Just know that it wouldn't be from a point of, like, necessarily like conceptual understanding. But I
have been lifting weights and doing
I think I
cocaine
could
all
present
day.
you thoughts that would be beneficial to your cubist paintings. Papa, I love it when you call me big. Papa. That's all you're getting. Thank you. Thank you. I deserve that. I deserve good things. Also, we're starting an official betting pool on how successful or not successful I'm going to be at the first art fair, everybody. Winner gets a gift card to the Sizzler. The Sizzler. All right, we got a non-believer salt. Gotta fix that. Pepper. They definitely do, Richards. I would love to get my goddamn hands on some Zemo. Yeah, I mean, part of it, Doc Goddess, is maybe I can get some more people who watch the stream and sell some paint. Like, if I just got a couple people who regularly bought my paint, that would be tremendous for me. But I could see myself being, like, very unsuccessful. You know, times is tough a little bit. Times is tough. And Doc Goddess, this is my first one ever. Well, good, Figure Dolly. I hope you do. I thought I gave you that paint. No. Did one of you buy it? Or didn't you get it for like a birthday gift? What was that? Did you actually buy it? Maybe you did. I don't remember anymore. Thank you regardless. Good plug. Yeah, possibly. I do too. All right, Figure Dolly. We'll see. We'll see. Pepper. Love it. Call me big. There are prints, but I kind of stopped at Figure Dolly because these paintings are a bitch and a half to take pictures of with any decent resolution and no glare. And frankly, they don't really sell that well, you know? So I just sell originals. There are some prints for sale, though. Thank you, son. There are prints on fourth wall. Well, there's cheap paintings on Ko-Fi, Figure Dolly. There's like the sheet, they're not stretched canvas ones. And then I have the more expensive ones on Etsy. But for people who watch, thank you, so. If like my Etsy prices are expensive. And if you message me outside of it, you know, we can do an under the table thing and I will charge you less than what's on Etsy, obviously. I don't. Yeah, fourth wall makes them. There's a specific painting you want, Dolly? You want to tell me? Yeah, they are good quality, I've heard. They just like with oil paintings and because I paint thick, you know, I'm a thick boy. There's there can be quality issues at times because I can't remove all the glare. Yuck. Right. I'm curious which one you want. Probably one that's for a sick fuck. All right, in your opinion, what's my most sick fuck painting? If somebody bought the painting, which one would you say that person's a sick fuck? Cats. This one, you think this is the biggest sick fuck one? You can post links. You should be able to. That's not a restriction I have on my channel. Yeah, try again. I didn't see any message, Schalt. Did you? Like, where it, like, blocked it? Yeah, if you post it on Discord, somebody could probably post it. Yeah, post it on Discord. Then could somebody post it in chat? I don't have a good way of getting to my Discord. Well, I could go on my phone. But so other people can see. Thank you. Papu. With the ass grab? Which one had the ass grab? Oh, that the triptychs? The Denny's takeout? I actually took that one off of Etsy because there's a weird line of like paint drawing or something on it. I don't know what happened. And I don't feel good enough to sell that. So it's not for sale. Unless somebody like went out and said, I want the Denny's painting, but I don't think anybody. But it's not listed for sale anywhere. I also kind of hate it now. Despite, I think, it being funny. And that Denny's liked both of the posts I did on it. You Discorded it? Okay. I think that the ass grab one is good. All right, let's see what it is. Oh, this one? I think I remember it by the name. Oh, yeah, that one. Yep. I like that one. Yeah, I charge you much less than what I have listed. I raised the prices on a lot of my shit in anticipation of the art fair. Because I do actually think that one does have a chance of selling. Like I'm bringing that one to the art fair. That's one of the sick fuck ones I'm bringing to the art fair. I think just by content, the comedian one I did is probably the sickest. Right? Just based on content? Yeah. That one I actually have a decent picture of, I think. So I think I can make a print. But the print's going to be $2 billion. Come on! I don't decide the prices. I fucked this one up so much, huh? What do you mean active prices, quote and shove? So John Bree, they were okay. I think they were aggressively colored a little bit. I do plan on going back to them, but I think they color shifted a little bit. There's a few paintings that don't look accurate to me as far as the colors. Definition and glare were good though. I could do that, Maddie. No, I said Yambari. You can put that in general, figure Dolly. I am not making a lot of progress, am I? No, I didn't do that, Maddie. Yeah. No, you're all lying. You're all conspiring against me. I'm like the hero Anakin Skywalker. After he proactively killed those kids because they were going to attack him one day. Just like our God Emperor. Okay? Those young Jedi were probably going to learn how to enrich uranium someday. Okay? And Maddie fully agrees with me. You're telling me, Maddie, you don't think those young Jedi knew how to enrich uranium? You're telling me that? Okay. See? Conspiring. Conspiring. I'm surprised you didn't clip me out of context, Maddie. It goes all over the news. I become a right-wing hero. And the Badly Kirk is born. You're what they deserve. I should just, so you're saying is I should just do a highly sarcastic right-wing podcast that people will actually just believe? Like what Alex Jones kind of started off as? Mamas, don't let your young Jedi go to be rich. Yeah. Or, you know, our God Emperor will take care of him. Yeah. It is crazy. It is. It's fucking gross. Well, yeah, obviously, like, you know, my dad's a Trump supporter, Figure Dolly. Like, my dad's a huge narcissist. It's fucking crazy. I'm ashamed of my dad's viewpoints and his rampant narcissism. Oh, piece of shit? God, weird. Yeah, good work. Good work, Figure Dolly. My hand, the hand I have over here is not really convincing, huh? I did update the what's it, the first like subscriber badges a few times because of people who just disappeared or I haven't seen in a long time. Salt, can you VIP Figure Dolly? Dolly, you could have a VIP. You're crass enough, you deserve it. Are you not a VIP, Maddie? Maddie doesn't get it. Oh, you have to be a editor? If you did /VIP Figure Dolly. Okay. Hey, I didn't. How was I supposed to know? Salt? Jeez. Jeez. I'm being attacked. Jeez. I can't really do it right now. Figured out I'll do it when I have access to my keyboard. Mud can't do it either, huh? Even though she's an editor? Okay.
Get your hand off my penis!
What the fuck is that?
Blood. It's blood, damn it. I'm trying to make this blood very, like, striking. And I might need to use Pyrrole Scarlet to do so.
Aggressive.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. I'm gonna leave a little thick. Get down with the thickness. Don't want to overdo it though. Sure. Straight magenta will work a little bit here. Good for you. Good for you, Figure Deli. You and your farts. That wasn't me. You're hearing the thunder. That was the thunder. You can't hear my farts because I use the background music to block it all out. That is rude of you to do, Figure Dolly. It's a clearance ham. I'm not on clearance ham week. I did have kielbasa, though, for lunch. And a lot of it. And grilled onions. Mama. I will not stop farting. Alright, song playing. God, farts are so funny. God. Farts do make me believe in a god. Okay. There was poo in that one. I know. God, I love farts. That's why I'm going to start recording my farts and load them on there. Holy shit, we've been going for 5 hours? It was like 4 hours when I just looked. Alright, let's do a couple more things and call it a day. I think that was Bobby Lee. I'm using one of ultramarine, huh? Oh, you told me that the other day. And I completely believe that. I would fart on so many people if I worked a retail job like that. I know. I know you would, Bigger Dolly. Okay. I don't have yellow left, so I can't do that. I could possibly do this, though. This cover. Dark spots up. So I don't have yellow to do a lot of random shit. So let's do, I need to hit that background up there with shit. Recording our flatulence for the channel. We might have to, Omizu. But I'm not going to ask my viewers to record their farts and send them to me. I think that will not be received well. Son of a bitch. Number one.
Badly.
Nini Salt, I hope you're doing well, bud. The fart along, yeah. Nini, have a good night, you two. Rest well. You won a burping contest? Yeah, you seem like the type. How'd your portrait painting stream go, by the way? You're so good as guess. I was lurking a little bit, but didn't didn't see results. The one where you had your friend. You and your friend you were painting your friend? or drawing. Is that I've only seen you do that on stream once. Do you do that a lot? Really should. Is her name Dota? Okay, there's also this. That now I think I gotta move. Oh, did you? We're gonna cover that up for now. Oh, nice. I wish I had kind of a friend like that here that I could do that type of shit with. Oh, you met her on Twitch, huh? Oh, wow, that's awesome. Makes sense. You're chess boxing soon? Well, just let me get my camera first, all right? Jesus. Wait. Please don't fight. Let me get my camera first. Can I throw a butter knife in the middle of the screen? Or in the middle of the fight? At MSG? It makes sense. Mamas. To be cowboys. I feel like the skull, there's like aspects of the skeleton that are completely done. I'm pretty happy with the face. We put a lot of time into it. All right, so I'm gonna do one. I'm just gonna paint. I'm gonna reinforce the darkness inside of here, and then we're gonna call it a stream. I don't know if we got one. Maddie, I'm not sure if I made enough progress today to finish it all next stream, but we shall see. But it will be done this week. I'm really taking my time with this one, huh? Yeah, I always expect more, but this, this isn't a very complicated painting. So thank you, Pickles. I think we did make significant progress, though. How do you even do this towards the end of a painting? Stream is so distracting. Like, what do you mean? Like, just paint? What do you mean? I think I'm pretty good at talking while painting. I've done all of my paintings while streaming. good color for it. Yeah, fuck yeah. I don't know, I just like, you know, literally hundreds of paintings like this, you know. Hundreds of painting sessions. It's how I've trained myself to do this, right? It's not like I have a crazy chat, though. Well, it's also like how my brain works, Figure Dolly. I like having like 3 or 4 things going on at a time. So painting is like 2 to 3 of those, and looking at chat is the other one. We're not. I'm not crazy. But also, you know, this stream is all pre-recorded. Figure Dolly. I have predicted everything that you are about to say, and this was all pre-recorded. Pepe. See, I even predicted that.
Shit.
This canvas has a lot of paint on it. You know. Yeah, we're almost done here. You're gonna miss the D wiping though. You're gonna miss the wiping of the D's. God, that exhausts my arm. All right. I think that's good. Let's clean up.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink. You know this.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I deserve those points.
Stop whining.
Okay. Okay. The fart along. Well, what do you suggest for that, Richards? I mean, not Richards. Mizu. I'm not a whiner either, Pickles. You know this. Pickles, I haven't forgotten about looking up that zinc thing.
Oh
By the way.
God.
I just haven't had a busy day. Thank you, Your Majesty. Was the start of a revolution, Omizu? You wouldn't. It is time. The start of a revolution. All right. Time to wipe that D. Oh my God, Pickles. All right, if you're here and you're not subscribed to my YouTube, please do. I'm sad and desperate. I'm even going to wipe the D live on camera. Oh, Lord. This is worse because my hands are sweaty. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I hate myself.
Quit
This
playing
is so
with your
degrading.
dinghy.
This is unbelievable. All right. I'm getting the corners. And all the nooks and crannies. All right. Okay. That does it for today. Next stream will be Wednesday. Wednesday. Don't you gross me. We have Charles Lister, Squatting Cat. Lady A. Moo Hoodles. Jay Renzea. I gotta do that soon. I've just been incredibly busy. Doc Otis, thanks for hanging out. Join the Discord. Let's raid Charles Lister. All right, everybody. Till next time. Any day now. Thank you, Omizu. Good night, Dolly. If anybody needs anything, message me on Discord. If anybody wants critique, send me a DM in Discord. I will happily do it. That's not an embellishment. I will. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. No, Maddie, you're stuck here. Yeah, that's about it. Subscribe to the YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube. YouTube. Yeah. I'll post this progress pic too. Why not? Why the hell not? Okay. A lot of glare on that bitch. Anywho, till next time. See ya.